Captain Boomer, ace spacefighter pilot. A dog, barely alive. Gentle pups, we can rebuild him.
Almost to the OR. Vitals unstable.
Hang tough, Captain Boomer.
We have the capability to make him the galaxy's first bionic pooch. Captain Boomer will be that dog, better than he was before. Better. Stronger. Faster.
Is that your video game? How about now? How about now? There we go. So, here I was thinking I got the stream started off with no technical issues, but I forgot to unmute the mic. How about now? There we go. Here I was thinking I got it. All right. Well, let's try this again. Welcome back to Golden Retriever Corp. We almost launched without any issues. I just forgot to hit the unmute button on my microphone. These things happen. Yep, this is Golden Retriever Corp. We focus on EVE Online content. Got a lot to go over today, but you know, it's been a crazy week in EVE. They set a brand new record for the most player versus player battle. I think it's somewhere, it was over 10,000 players at one time. I think the actual number was 10,200 players. There were so many players that rumor had it, it actually melted one of the server nodes at CCP. So I don't know if that's true or not, but it's amazing if it did. You know, but really quick, let's do this. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead. This is footage compliments of Warlock Industries. I just cut a little clip out of it, but this is basically what was going on earlier this week. I mean, that's just massive. They're trying to get that Keepstar loaded on. I mean, just look at all those ships. If you want to see the full battle report, Warlock Industry does some great cinematics. I just cut a little bit of the clip just to show some people. Absolutely insane. And honestly, this is why EVE is one of the craziest games around. I mean, you can't play Fortnite. It's 1v99. Here you got over 10,000 ships. Eventually, I want to get into nullsec and get in on some of this action, but that's not in the game plans, at least for the next year for me. But it should be fun. Anyway, so why is my music not working on this scene? So that's what's going on in EVE Online. In addition, they've started to kick off this weekend the Anger Game 7 tournament. It's a 7 vs 7 PvP tournament. I've been watching a little bit of it on Twitch. I don't know if it's on any of the other socials or not. But there are Twitch drops. Looks like this week there's a mystery crate. Next week you get some Evermarks. And week 3... there's going to be a Kitsune Shattered Paradigm skin. So, opportunity to get some unique drops from Twitch. So, take a look at that. It's always interesting watching PvP battles. We'll see how things change. In other big news, EVE Online is doing a massive new Eden Store sale. Here we go. I took advantage of some of this. Let's see here. I think the big one most people will want to take advantage of is the cerebral accelerators. I bought some of these at 180 for buy one get one, or two for the price of one, and a 50% discount is massive. That will definitely help trade up some skills a little faster with these plus 12s. They've also got some skins on sale if you're interested in the skins. Looks like they've also got some skill points for sale, so a lot for sale. So if you've got some extra plex sitting around, take a look at some of these sales. Buyer be warned, this daily alpha injectors, the 30, is for alpha players. I made the mistake of buying them once and not realizing they were strictly for alpha characters, and my account's already omegaed, so it really didn't do me a whole lot of good. But that's a heck of a deal. You probably buy those, wait a couple months, and start selling them on the in-game market, making some good ISK. The other thing is there's also, I believe, a Plex sale going on. Check. Yep, there's a 25 or 20% off Plex sale right now. So I currently do not have a content creator code, so use your other favorite content creators code to save a little money, especially if you buy it at the Marquee Dragon store. If you do want to help me out, you can always, if you're new, click my links below, get your 1,000,000 free skill points. That's a good way to jumpstart this game. Alright, that's that for the EVE store. A lot of people are talking about how CCP is just, FOMO, fear of missing out with these sales. It does seem like it's a massive sale of a bunch of stuff all at once. I don't know if they're trying to get an influx of capital all of a sudden or what the deal is, but it's hey, take advantage of it. I'm sure these sales will come around again. Seems like every month they're having different sales, whether it be a Plex scale, an Omega sale, if you have the extra income and feel like, buying these things, then by all means. I just happen to have some extra Plex in my account, so I went ahead and bought the cerebral accelerators. With, let's see here. So let's take a look. So I got these plus 12s. So, oh wow. So it's 12 days. So each of these cerebral accelerators will give me plus 12 for 24 days. I've already got one from the event. I got another 12 hours on that one, and that was plus 4s. And I think at the end of this event, skill points. Yep, there's another cerebral accelerator. So, wow, we're 4 days left in this event. So, if you haven't had the opportunity to get some of it done, get it done. I know that the presidential, the spot in Dodixie where you turn in the presidential tokens has been gate camped really hard. I just went ahead and sold my presidential tokens. I know I could have gotten more money if I could have traded them in and gotten the drones or the other various stuff. But it net me, let's see here. Where did I make that money? Yeah, I mean, my presidential tokens gave me an extra a little over 200 million. So it was definitely worthwhile. It's giving Captain Boomer Gold a jump start on having some money in the bank. These events are always good for making money. I just haven't had time to really take advantage of it. So I've got my main and another one of my alts all the way through it, but I haven't had an opportunity to run any of my alternate characters. Later today, we'll go ahead and finish this out. At the very least, I want to get this 75,000 skill points to at the very least. If I get these extra political favors, you know, I'll probably go sell them later tonight after I get off the stream. All right, so we have finished the career agent missions, the very introductory to the game. We have gone through the air career program. As you can see, we have totally completed that out. Oops, wrong button. So, let's set it. Come on. Why aren't you working? There. Oh. For some reason, my computer's lagging down a little bit. So, we have finished all these air career programs. We've gotten the maximum amount of points, skill points out of it. And Aurora is telling us to do something here, but we'll come back to that in a minute. Alright. So. Oops. Floating. Quiet, Aurora. She's messing my stuff up. So, we finished all of that. That took about 30 hours worth of gameplay. In addition, we also did the Sisters of Eve Epic Arc, and we got the Or Epic Arc done. You know, Or takes about 2 hours. The Sisters of Eve takes about 3 to 4 hours. So, you know, all depending on what kind of ship you're flying. Eventually, I want to do it in a Tier 3 destroyer. That way, you spend so much time warping around that when you go in propulsion mode, you warp faster. So, it would have made life... You could probably get it done in a little over 2 hours with a Tier 3 destroyer. I look forward to testing that out soon. But yeah, this is the introductory information of the game. You don't have to grind out the career path immediately. Just playing the game will get the stuff unlocked for you. But like I said before, I recommend that you grind that out as quickly as possible because you get skill points, you get skill books, and you get free modules and free ships. So it's a way to get you, you know, a lot of extra stuff. If you just kind of casually do the stuff throughout the game as you're playing, it's not a bad way to do it. You can do it, but you're going to miss out on some of the benefits. You'll probably end up already buying some of these skill books where you would have gotten them for free. Not that the skill books are that expensive. A lot of people buy them and then sell the ones they get for free on here for less than they paid for the original one. So, yeah, I just recommend doing it that way. All right, so the $1 million question. Is, let's get my screens up. The air programs are finished. Now what do? You know, one thing I really haven't talked much is really how Eve differs from every other MMO out there. It's I think it's the reason why it's had the longevity it's had. If you've played, I used to play World of Warcraft back in the day, and the problem is once you get to max level, you're just grinding the same dungeon over and over and over and over and over and over again until you get enough of whatever token you need to buy the better gear. And then once you buy the better gear, it allows you to get into the better raids, and then you can do the epic raids, and it's a constant grind. And since you're limited to how many times you can do the tokens, and it may have changed, it's been years since I played, but you could only do so many epic missions to get the epic tokens a day, that it would take you a month to 2 months to 3 months to get all the tokens you needed for the gear you wanted. Eve has grinds. Don't get me wrong, you will do a lot of grinding. There's a couple of Twitch streamers I watch, they grind abyssals for hours on end. Me personally, I'm good for about an hour, and then I need to do something else. I've seen other Twitch guys, just explore after explore after explore, and then they jump into a fleet with their alliance or their corporation and go get in a big PvP battle. So, it really is something for everybody. I forgot to turn something on here. I gotta turn my Stream Deck app on so I can control the slides here. But let's go ahead and talk more about why Eve is different. The respawning. In typical MMOs, when you respawn, you have all your gear, and you have, your gear may take a little damage and you just repair it. Everything is ammunition in this game. Your ships, your pods. Every week there's a new download. Okay, So Eve is unique that way. I mean, yes, you respawn, but you don't get to keep anything you died with. Unless you're flying with somebody and they can pick up some of your stuff, some of the modules that may have occurred. You can always fly back and get your modules. I've done that. You die in an NPC mission, and then you fly back with another ship, complete the mission, and then you loot whatever modules survived your ship's explosion. In your clone, you lose whatever implants you might have had. So there's consequences. Other big difference is you don't level, you learn. In WoW, God, when I played Lich King, was it max level 80? I think they're up to like 110 or something now. I don't even know. I mean, thousands of hours in WoW, and I don't know if I'll ever play again. Listening to lots of different streamers talk about it, the game's just not the same. I have been tempted to try to play hardcore mode, just because I think that's absolutely insane. But Eve is hardcore mode. You die, you start over. But you don't level, you learn. Every time you die, it's a new experience. You learn from it. So look at your fit. What went wrong? What went right? Did you just get jumped on? Did you get ganked because you weren't paying attention? Were you floating in space and forgot to cloak up? Any number of things. But since you don't actually have physical levels in Eve, all your skills are done in real time. You put them in a queue, and even when you're offline, you're learning new skills. And then you can also buy skill points to help boost that a little faster. It does have diminished returns and investments, but it is what it is. Let's see if I can fix something real quick. whatever reason, I forgot to check my Stream Deck settings. And my Stream Deck buttons aren't working. Slideshow. Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright, so... Well, whatever. I can do it this way. The other thing is you gear for the situation, you know. In other MMOs, once you level up so far, your gear becomes obsolete. EVE is not that way. There are... You know, your basic Corvette, it's free, it's junk. It's your first ship in the game that you more or less get. You get to... You can do a couple things with it, but for the most part, it's a garbage ship. You use it when you want to fly from one area of space to another, and you don't want to bring another one of your ships with you. It's either that or a shuttle, but the Corvettes are free. But frigates, even Tech 1 frigates, get used all the time. It's a great way to do a roam. Tech 1 frigates are often used in faction warfare. So that's where the main factions fight against each other. It's PvP, but it's PvE based PvP. So you do different things like it's basically like capture the flag, capture the hub. There's going to be some changes coming to faction warfare. So I'll be interested to see what happens at CCP FanFest. I am thinking I want to try to live stream their live stream. We'll do a little commentary and see what goes on with that. Since this channel's focus has been on the new player experience, I have it's been suggested that there's 40 or 50 new systems that are going to be added to the game, and that's going to be the new player experience. So when that happens, I'm going to roll up a new character and we will grind through that. And it may change a lot of my guides, make them obsolete. Hopefully not, but we'll see when that happens. Now, like I said before, everything is ammunition. Your ship is ammunition, your pod is ammunition. It's just, everything's expendable in this game. You know, which brings me to my next point, is death has consequences. If you're out in nullsec and you get your ship blown up and your pod blown up, that's all gone. I mean, you know, it's not like you can just hit the repair button, wouldn't pay a few gold, and your armor's back to 100%. It doesn't work that way. So, a lot of people say, don't fly what you can't afford. I say, don't fly what you can't replace. We'll get more into that later in the finances of EVE, but this is still a comparison. And which brings me basically to my next point, is if you want to be successful in EVE, you need to have an income source. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, but you know, the common themes in EVE is ISK per hour versus fun per hour. You hear a lot of people talk about that. There are some things like, if you have the skills to run levels tier 6 abysses, you can make a couple billion an hour. But is that necessarily fun for you? You want to just keep grinding the same little dungeon over and over and over again? You know, most of those people, the goal is to clear them out as quickly as possible. I think some guys with the fully fitted Gila, which is a couple billion to fit out, can get those tier 6 abysses done in 10 to 15 minutes. So if you're running 4 to 5 an hour, making whatever those things make, if that's fun, yeah, it's a high stress environment, high risk, high reward. Is that your fun per hour? You know, that remains to be seen. Maybe you just want a casual mining day. If you're in a low sec corp and you can go mine really expensive belts, you can make some good money at it. It used to be what I used to love doing years ago when I played. Is there's a group of us, we go mine out 2 or 3 belts in a couple hours. Make 50 to 150 million just mining. So, and mining's changed a lot. They got the prismaticite ore now. The frigates, the mining frigates and the Tech 2 frigates allow you to kind of ninja mine. You can, ninja gas huffing, or you go into a wormhole and you just mine some gas, make really good money with a frigate. I mean, probably some of the best money you can make quickly is in frigates. So you don't necessarily need a rush to get to the biggest and baddest ships. In fact, I recommend that you don't. Start, learn the small ships, and work your way up. Anyway, risk per hour versus fun per hour. If you're not having fun, why play the game? But you need to have some sort of income. So let's talk about this really quick. You got basically 2 income streams. I call it passive income, but it's semi-passive. It does require a little bit of work up front generally, and the active income is, we'll go over that in a second. But your easiest passive income is planetary industry. We'll do some of that a little later and go into detail, because I got to set up PI on Captain Boomer Gold now. But once you set it up, you check on it, once every day, once every 3 days, once every 7 days. You restart your extractors, and you go pick up the loot every week. So, or if you're building up, you bring in new PI stuff to take them from tier 2 to tier 3 to tier 4. This may not make sense right now, but we'll talk about that later. It's probably one of the most passive ways you can do that. If you spend 20 minutes a week on each character, and you can make an extra 100 million to almost $1 billion every month, depending on where you do it and what you're making. It does have a little bit of risk, because if you're doing it, the planetary stuff in low sec, wormhole space, or Pochfin or null sec, you have to go pick up the stuff, and that leaves you vulnerable, and then you got to take it to market to sell. So it's slightly passive, but you'll probably, once you set it up, it'll take you an hour or 2 to set up, not even if you get really good at it. And I think I can set up a planet in about 10 minutes now, depending on what I'm doing. You'll continue to generate income. As long as you can continue to have access to the planet to pick the stuff up, you're good to go. If you're in an alliance and you're in low sec, and all of a sudden you are at war with another alliance that takes over the region space where your PI is, you got to be sneaky to get in there. You may actually lose your PI sectors and have to set it up in a new section. So, risk reward. Research data cores. So, this is how these data cores, not a lot of money, but it's one of those things, once you get set up, it's money forever. These are given out by research NPCs. You got to have standings with them. So there's levels 1 through 4. There might be 5, but the higher the level research, the more data cores you get per day. So this is where mission grinding and getting status high comes in handy. But once you start the research with a research agent, you just let it go. Every couple days they'll send you an email saying, hey, I need help, come run a mission for me, and it will boost your standings with that agent. Your standings do affect how many cores you get on a daily basis, but this is probably one of the most passive once you set up. The downside is it takes a while to get to the level 4 with the corporation that NPC is with. So you will have to grind out mission after mission after mission, level 1s, level 2s, then level 3s, and then level 4s. But along the way, I would say once you hit, it's really quick to get to level 2 missions. You know, a couple dozen agent missions with that corp will get you to level 2, and if you have the social skills, that will bump it up even faster. Go start doing a level 2 research agent, and then once you open up level 3, collect the data cores from that agent, cancel the research, then go find the level 3 agent. Then when you get to level 4, cancel the level 3 agent, get the level 4 agents. So that is initial setup, takes a lot. But when I left EVE years ago and I came back and logged into my account, I had so many data cores that it's absolutely nuts. I had 12 years worth of research backlogged. So it's the gift that keeps on giving. Now, this one, freelance jobs, brand new from Catalyst. It is kind of passive. The reason I put it in the passive market is you can post with your corporation a freelance job to say, hey, come give me mining material. Hey, come get me this material. And the reason I put it in passive is you put out the post, people bring you in what you need, and you can then use that material to build industry stuff. I mean, the game is all revolved around the industry. So without the industry players or people buying and building items, there is no market. And it's the fastest way to make money. So with the freelance jobs, you get somebody else to do all the work for you, bringing you the material. Your margins will be lower, but what do you care about the margins being lower if you're not having to do all the work to get the materials? So it's either that or you spend the money in the market to buy the materials, but you could actually get the materials at a bit of a discount because you're not paying taxes when you're giving out the freelance jobs. So it'd be interesting to see. I don't know if the Oz report has ever talked about how this has affected the market. It'd be interesting to see how the markets have been affected with the freelance jobs. The next one is a little bit interesting. This requires definitely a high investment, but if you become a station owner, you know, most station owners don't tax for anything, but you can put a tax in your stations on goods bought and sold. You know, you can even charge for repairs. The thing is a lot of times people will just go to another station, but it's an opportunity to make money passively once you've done the initial outlay to build the station. It does open you up to having war declarations put onto you, but it gives you an opportunity to make some money. And the last one is skill farming. This is not something I've done yet, but it's a way to make some profit. You buy the skill extractors, you have alts with +5 implants, and as well as I don't know if it's worth putting cerebral boosters in or not. There are other people who have done videos on this. I'm really not going to touch it right now. This is what I would call a veteran player money-making opportunity. To really maximize it, you need to have an account with both characters, all three characters farming skills and then extracting them out. There's ways to min-max it. You know, just put in skill farming video into YouTube and you'll find it. All right, let's talk about the active side of stuff. You can be an indie player. Space trucking. Buying from areas that have it real cheap and bringing it up to areas where you can make good margins. There are people that and there's apps out there that will help you find stuff that might be cheaper in Jita that you can haul up to Dodixie or even Amar, or heck, Yes, Heck. H-E-K. That's the station. I'm not saying or heck. And you could sell it for a decent margin there. It's an active thing, but cruising through high space to move the stuff around is kind of a low risk, medium reward opportunity. Mining, once you get into the exhumers and the mining barges, you can really mine fast and mine hard. If you can get involved in fleets that mine and you got somebody boosting you make more. It's all about incrementally increasing your overall yields. T3, Tier 2, Tech 2 and Tech 3 blueprint making. This is something super simple. Even if you're not making the actual Tech 2 or Tech 3 modules, if you just use your industry skills to research the Tech 2 or even the Tech 3 blueprints and then just sell the blueprints on the contract market, you'll make money. It's a little bit longer, but it's active. That's almost a passive one. I probably should have put that in the passive. That's all right. Reactions are the same thing. You can buy the materials. I think it's moon materials, and you can react them into different materials, which are used for capital ship making. It's just a way to make some money. Kind of semi-passive. Again, if you want to be a day trader, you want to sit in JITA, buy low, sell high. Kind of goes in with the space trucking. But the idea of day trading is never leaving the station. You could also trade to buy the materials low so you can then, once again, become an industrialist. Build the material, move them to a station where you can make stuff or have other characters make stuff, and then, buy the materials cheap, build a module, increase your margins, and sell. And then obviously exploration is always a good way to go make money. With exploration, you can use a cheap Tech 2 Explorer ship, which can cloak up, and you can go out to wormhole, low sec, null sec. It's one of those things that are skill intensive because you need to have the skills to do the mini game. But other than that, it's pretty easy. But that's the active ways to make income in industry. You also have PvE, player versus the environment. Mission running, home front operations, anomalies and escalations, incursions, wormholes, or even running the abyss. Ways to make money mission running, not only from the missions and the bounties, but the LP store, converting that into faction ammo or even the faction blueprints to sell in the contract market, or even building the faction ships or faction modules. That's how you turn mission running into a very profitable. But it's one of those grinds. You're going to run the same mission over and over and over again. And it really doesn't become profitable until you start running level 4s. And you can do them, most of them you can actually do in battle cruisers. Battleships help. But if you got somebody you can run with, you can run 2 battle cruisers and clear out a level 4 mission pretty quick. You'll get more LP points by running faction warfare. We'll talk about that in PvP here in a second. Scanning down those anomalies and completing the combat anomalies will get you escalations. Those escalation sites have a chance to drop blue modules, which are what are those? Faction modules? Yeah, I think those are the faction modules. And those go for hundreds of millions, sometimes billion module drops. So there's always a market for those. Incursions, it's kind of a player versus environment. It's similar to faction warfare, but a little bit different. I have not played with incursions in a long time, so I'm not going to go into detail right now. Obviously, going into wormholes, whether you're checking out combat missions, exploring, gas huffing, good money to be made in wormholes. High risk, high reward. And then obviously the Abyss. The higher tier up you get, the more you can make per hour. And it's just one of those things. You will lose ships a lot until you get good at it. I think the highest I've run personally is a tier 2. I haven't had a lot of time to play with it, but watching Abyss videos is actually kind of what got me to come back and take a look at Eve again. So the opportunity to make money in Abyss is massive. All right, let's go on to PvP. So the PvP stuff. If you're an alliance or have control of a nullsec, it gives you the opportunity to, in nullsec, there's all sorts of combat anomalies in every region and every system. You can do those, run those, make good ist, and they also have those the bank robbing opportunities. So something, once again, I haven't had the opportunity to play with, but I'm looking forward to doing some of them. Faction warfare, I put that under PvP, but it's also a PvE type thing. But you're going to often fight other players. But that's one of those things, even veteran players flying low-cost frigates can run those things and make good money. And then especially with if you capture or defend an area, you get good LP. Faction warfare, like I said earlier, is probably going to be changing soon. You can also just get it with a group and do some roams and do some PvP roams, hoping to take out some other players and harvest whatever materials they drop. Sometimes you can take on somebody who's got, officer modules or other very expensive modules that you can collect. And then obviously PvP wormhole experiences as well. That being said, it's up to you to determine what game style you like. You need to have some sort of revenue coming in. You should work off that passive side and have consistent income coming in all the time. And that'll let you do whatever your fun per hour is. So, that is what you do next in Eve. What am I looking to do next? We're going to do some abyssal running. We're going to do some mission running. And we're going to set up some PI today. All right. Well, that is going to be a clipped video for later. Oh, good. I remember to hit the record button. Alright, well that sums up what's been going on with Eve. Let's get back to the adventures of Captain Boomer. Let's close down some of these windows. Alright, so we did finish our career missions. Interesting thing. So if you go into your opportunities tab, you'll see here your introduction, your Paragon gift. This, if you don't track it, for some reason doesn't appear. And a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll hit the skip tutorial button just to get rid of it. Don't do that. Track it when you've completed your air career missions. And this is what happens. Aurora pops up and it says, hey, I did this on accident off stream. But Aurora and Iris pop up, and you find out Iris, spoiler alert, is an AI. But they give you a nice little gift here. Let's bring this up. Where is it? Oh, there it is. So they give you a Paragon gift once you complete everything. So in addition to all the skill points, they give you this Paragon gift. So let's see what we got. I know what it is. So they give you a Paragon Destroyer skill bundle, a Thrasher, and some Plex. So if you cancel the tutorial, you're missing out on a great opportunity to get some stuff. So let's open the container. Oh, it's only one Plex. And we get another Destroyer, which is great because I can use it for Abyssal running. Where is... Alright, let's look at our ship hangar. And there are a lot of ships here. So one of these Thrashers was the new ship. So I got 2 Thrashers here now. So I got more than enough Thrashers. I think she wants me to jump in the ship to... Along with the new ship, you also got a single Plex.
Plex is a special currency you can spend to purchase.
Alright, how did you make that blink? Just helping out. She's a little creepy. Yep, you can also track your Plex in the new Plex wallet. Oh wow, they updated this a little. So there's your Plex wallet. You can look at transactions and see where you've been spending Plex. That is a nice feature. I thought I had lost some Plex somewhere and I couldn't figure it out, and I had to contact CCP. I'm like, what did I do? Like, you bought this, this, and this. I'm like, ooh, yes. The currency is for spending. Let me introduce you to the new Eden store. It's crazy that you can be 30 hours into this game and they're still giving you a little tutorial about this stuff. Oh. Well, let's see. Since they gave me 1 Plex, they want me to buy one of these skins. Spirit, Thrasher, Guttering Dream. Let's buy this one. I don't know if I like that. Pretty sure I already have this one. Yeah, I already got that one. Well, we'll go with this one. It's a free Plex, so we just buy that now. Aurora and Iris still telling you what to do. The nice part is once you finish this, you don't have to listen to them ever again. Open my redeeming queue. Like I didn't know how to do this already. And we'll redeem in the current station. Yes. Yeah, I'm not doing it that way. So, let's... I got too much stuff in my hanger too. Alright. He wants me to use the hanger on the right side. That is just such a hard way to do it. But we'll do it this way. Activate and apply. And now my ship looks pretty.
Now that you're back in the skin will always be available to you on that.
That's good news, Captain. I hope it gives you solid for the next time your ship
Skins don't disappear. They are a valuable commodity.
Just their way to sell you more skins.
disconnect. There are some questions you still haven't answered.
We all have questions. That's what separates us from the leaders. Good luck.
So, you know, they leave an open-ended dialogue here, like there's going to be more to the story, but, you know, leave a comment below if you know where the story continues, because I do not. It'd be great if they had our Air Career Program Part 2. So, on the left side, I moved the Air Career Program down to the bottom. You can remove it off the bar altogether. You know, there's still some things in here I haven't done. Like, I still have some more combat missions. I still got to kill 75 with the cruiser. Haven't done any faction warfare yet. We'll get to that eventually. The industrialist is all done. Pretty sure the enforcers... Yep, enforcers all done. So I just have some soldier of fortune and a couple exploring things to do. And these things will just get complete over time. But I've already got the graduation rewards. I've gotten all the blueprints, or the skins and the skills. So, but I keep it on there on the left status just in case it blinks and I complete one of those things. And that is the end of the career program. Once you've got your little guest ship, it's good to go. And what I do want to do, let's go ahead and open this back up. I want to go back into this ship. And then that Thrasher, I'm just going to go ahead and repackage. Oh, Boomer's barking at something. He's been barking a lot at people outside. He normally does not do that. Alright, so there's the Thrasher I just started up. I'm going to go ahead and repackage it. You know an item is repackaged when there's a number to it. And I'm going to stack it, so... Yeah, I took the opportunity the other day to bring a bunch of ships over here. I needed my hauler. Yep, it's packaged if it's got a number on it. The same is true in your modules. Let's see here. I built some storage stuff. Let's do it this way. Last night, I built some station warehouses for myself. I just don't remember what place I put them in, so let's take a look. Station warehouse. Alright, they ended up in my blueprint originals. I forgot to change the output. Ooh. Probably got a bunch of blueprint copies to move over. It's alright, a little housekeeping here. Like I said, I'm preparing to get a bunch of Tech 2 stuff built. And to make some money, I'm working on getting that industrial base built up. I have all these blueprints fully researched. 10% material, 20% time. There's my blueprint stations. Or blueprint stations. My station warehouses. So let's pop open an item hanger. Now if you shift clicked on these inventory items, you'll open them up in a separate window. And we're done with that. I'm going to go ahead and assemble one of these containers. Now, since it's in my item hanger, I can now have my own item hanger station here. So, the reason I did that, well, I'm going to take all this stuff, drop it in here. I pretty much share my resources with my other characters. Makes life a little easier. Salvage helps getting organized, but yeah, definitely get yourself some station hangars, some station vaults or station warehouses. I will sort all this stuff later. Grabbed them all, throw them in the station warehouse. Some of the stuff won't go in there, so let's do this. I don't need this stuff. Let's put that in Indy. Yeah, like those Skinner crates won't go into the warehouses. Either one of those air reward programs. And the reason I'm putting it all in one station warehouse, I'll sort it later at a later time, is it cleans up my item hanger if I'm running missions out of the station, which I will do eventually. If there's a mission that requires me to take an item and transport it to another area, I don't have to scroll through 100 items to find it. Okay, let's see what this Galente has in here. Just another booster, which really doesn't work for my character because I don't fly Galente ships. But I can probably sell these for good money later. So, can I put these at air? Nope, that's unfortunate. Alrighty, I need to take a quick break. I'll be back in just a minute. Alrighty. Oh, I didn't realize I had that up. I guess we'll do some Abyss running. I was going to do some PI, but I didn't take the time to figure out what I wanted to set up, and I don't want to take a lot of time to do that right now. So we'll probably do that next week. There's a couple things I wanted to figure out first. Alright, we'll close that down. Alright, so this destroyer, I actually did some abyssal runs the other day. I wanted to test how this tracker worked. And we're going to close a couple things down here. So annoying. All right. So the Abyss Tracker, abysstracker.com, you can actually, well, this overlays for streaming, but you can also create, let's see if I can set that up. Okay, let's go back to my there. Let's go back to my boardroom. And we'll take a look. So, this is your Abyss Tracker. So you can actually log your character in. They'll want you to give access to your information. Let's see. And yeah, what's up? All right, quick break. I gotta help set something up. All right. Let's try that again. So. Thirsty. The wife was having a problem with the barbecue grill not working. So, the Abyss Tracker. If you want, all my fits are on here. If you put in Captain, helps if you spell it right. Captain Boomer Gold. And then do a search. I got 2 fits here, the best web fit. And the first fit, it worked. I used the Gatling autocannons. I got a compact light missile launcher. It's really just to kind of target at range. Since the Gatling autocannons are close range brawling, the missile's just there so I can shoot the, what is it called? The thing that has the treasure in the abyss. I can't remember the name right now. Now this question mark fit was just a micro warp drive and 2 shield extenders. The power relays, that gives me like passive, let's see here. That give you like a passive shield recharge of like 50 hit points per second. I have since changed that fit. Oops. Captain Boomer Gold. Alright. Yep. Let's do search. I've since changed that to this web fit. And the reason being is in the abyss, some of these guys fly 1,000+ meters per second. And if you web them down, you can keep your, since this is all about range control, at least in the T-Zeros, you web them down, it keeps them put in place. It's not for the tracking because your tracking is already phenomenal, but it keeps them, it allows you to orbit much better and keep the range much tighter. So what you'll do is you'll micro warp in. Once you get nice and close, pop that micro off, web, shoot, go. The only, I forget which room it is, it's the Stormbringer? There's the one room with the cruisers in it, in the T-Zero, where I have to switch ammo, and I just keep at range, and keep nice and tight. I take a little more damage, but it takes that guy out. I'm not sure how this will work in T2s, but or not T2s, but T1s, because we're running T-Zeros. But once you get your Tech 2 skills, you know, if you're averaging close to 150 DPS, there's nothing in the T-Zeros you can't take out. This tank, depending on your skills, is passively 32 hit points a second. Even if you take a little bit of damage, if you wait a couple seconds at the gate, you can refill that life. I've got almost 7,000 effective hit points. And I've got Tech 2s. So we're looking at 21 million. Now you can see that, well, when I put it back on the screen, let's go to the dashboard. So I've made 21 million in 13 runs, which took me like an hour and a half, 2 hours. My average run was about 5 minutes. So I had one here that was 2 minutes. That's because I forgot to start the tracker. So the way this works is you hit add run. You describe which one you're in. And I'm running electricals because that basically gives me infinite cap. So I could run that Weber and micro warp drive nonstop without any issues. That being said, right now, you can't see it on the screen, but my ship has 3 minutes of capacitor time. So, and that's with the with both running. If I turn off the Weber, it's like 4 minutes. So if I'm running an average of 5 minutes a abyssal run, then it's really no big deal. You put it on when you turn off. You can turn if once you get in orbit of the guys, you turn off the micro warp drive, let that cap build up. You should be cap stable through the entire thing, or at least have capacitor. You shouldn't run out, so it's no big deal. I'm gonna go ahead and warp to some other stations here. Get to another spot for our run. So you put what type you're in. This will fit. You put in what's in your cargo bay before and after. Oops. Before I leave, I need more missiles. So we are going to go ahead and delete all that. I need some missiles. So yeah, this Abyss tracker is really cool. And then when you're on your dashboard, you can see, you know, your average loot, your average runs, and all these runs. And you can look at other people's stuff, the loot tables, you know, record runs, who's been running. Wow, Bootleg runs a lot of runs. So you could actually see their fits. So if you're looking to run Abyssals, you know, check it out. Here's a Gila and a Gamma. Hey, you can look them up. So the Abyss tracker is definitely what you want to look at when you're trying to figure out what kind of fits you want. I just happen to like this fit. I think the tank is pretty solid. I'll be interested to see if I can handle tier 1s. But I want to get a little more money built. I want to replace the ship a couple times. I know I built some light missiles. Alright. Yep, I do have some light missiles. And we'll go ahead and put 500 in there. That should be more than enough. Go away, advertisement. So, let's go ahead and go to add run. And then after every run, we'll update this. Let me get to where I'm going. Making a couple adjustments here for you guys. Alright, let's go ahead and swap the screens. Yep, so I did those 13 runs. What I want to do is stream overlays. Let's reset the data. All right, so I'm at 0. So let's see how we do with a couple runs here. I'm going to get docked up. I need to get some filaments put in. I wouldn't normally carry that much ammo, but I'm honestly not worried about dying. And it's less than my ammo total is less than 1 million here. Alright, let's make an adjustment. Alright, so let's see. I want gammas, and I want the tranquil gammas. So with the destroyer, it takes 2 filaments. So I'm going to go ahead and put 10 in there. And then what you do is hit Control A, Control C to copy. And then so I've started off with just over 1 million in my cargo. So you can see that 1 million in my cargo. And we'll do 5 runs real quick. Alright, I have a safe to warp to. Now, unfortunately, you can get yourself ganked when you come out of an abyssal. Happened to me once. So you want to be in a region that's a little quiet. You want to create a safe. There's a couple things you can do. You can create a safe near a station. Everyone will see the abyssal trace, but if there's Concord flying around the station, they'll be able to almost warp to you instantly and hopefully Concord those guys. Or you can create a safe by finding a place so far off the beaten path that the odds of somebody seeing your trace is slim. If the trace doesn't appear on overview, then you know somebody isn't necessarily going to scan it down. But you do need to be in a fleet, so just form a fleet with yourself. You can right click on your name in the chat and just hit form a fleet. I don't need the watch list. I don't need the fleet information. Once you do that, you right click on the filament. And this is for 2 destroyers, but I can solo this. And I've added the abyssal trace to my loot tab over here, so I can click on it easier. And my location tracker already shows that I'm in the abyss. Striking Damovic, this guy's pretty easy. And it's the biocombative cache that it is. Now, you shouldn't necessarily fly straight on with... Oops, I'm flying at the wrong guy. Way to screw up from the beginning. I was flying at the cache. I'm going to target that. As long as I'm in 21, I can shoot it with those missiles. I eventually want to upgrade those missiles to Tech 2s. Oops. Don't shoot the wrong guy. And if I web this guy down, he goes from 700 down to 500. Now, actually, I can just keep this guy at range once I get close enough. Since I've got the speed advantage, I should be able to get on him pretty quick. And with this ammo, I need to be optimal range of 1600, but my fall off is almost 9000. Do need to watch out for these clouds. I forget which each one does. One will boost you and it can send you right out of the arena to kill you. But the Damovic is just burning down really quick. He's dead. Let's go ahead and get to this cache. I can launch a couple missiles at it until I get within range. Alright, loot it. And you can see, oops, let's do this. I barely took any damage. Come on. As well in the gammas. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. I wanted electrical, not gamma. But that's alright. We can survive these gammas without an issue. It just means I gotta control the... If I was an electrical, I would have been cap stable without any issues. It's alright, we'll do 5 of these and then we'll do 5 electricals. We'll let the cap build up as I warp to the next section. Eventually I need to throw a Tech 2 on here. I think I can fit a Tech 2 without an issue. Yep, this Lancer will take a little bit to kill. Fortunately, my targeting on this thing is only 32k, so it's going to take a while. I'm going to set it to orbit this guy so I get a little transversal out of the deal. Let's go ahead and hit the micro warp so I get to him a little faster. Once I'm in 10k, web him down. And I'll orbit at around 3k. I can lower my speed a little, allow me to bring it in tighter. Since he's only at 400 velocity, I can fly at 700-800. I can keep this range pretty tight. If I'm struggling to take him down, then I will approach him directly. Like this. With the cruisers, you almost have to approach a little closer. Then once I get close, I'll turn on that. Turn off that micro warp drive and hit full speed. Oh, and he's toast. That didn't take long, so where's my timer at? 15 minutes. Go ahead and pulse the micro once. Shoot it with a couple missiles. I have to experiment with rockets later. Alright, we're already up 1.2 million. Go ahead and jump to the next one. We're 5 minutes into this abyss, and we're on our way to the third room. Granted, I screwed up a little bit to begin with, but that's alright. Go ahead and put this micro warp drive back on. Why are you moving? Oh, I got 2 strike needles. These guys go down pretty quick. Once I get in range, I web them down. If you don't web them down, because I'm using the Gatlings or the autocannons, Gatling autocannons, they'll sometimes push to like the edge of your range and make it a little difficult. As we get in range of that cache. What are you doing? It's going the wrong way. Well, that didn't work. Well, that took a little longer than I would have wanted, but that's alright. Go ahead and hit Control A, Control C, and we'll copy and paste that into come on, warp out. Let's go. Oh, that's interesting. So we actually got 3 jumps for that consideration. So we had 3 million in loot in our containers. And we started with about 1 million, so made about 2 million for that run. Took 8 minutes, not great, not bad. But we'll go ahead and do another one. See if we can get this done faster this time. Gammas. All right, let's see if we can get this one in 5 minutes. Ah, good start. Ember needles. And a strike needle. Go ahead and put that micro on. Since I'm close to the loot box, I'm going to hit it with missiles. Fortunately, these missiles take 2 or 3, and they're so slow. I'm going to experiment with the fit later and see if maybe rockets have the range to do it. And I'm out of missile range, so I might as well turn that off. A minute in. Come on. Alright, go ahead and pop it with the missile. Dang it, I blew past it too fast. Alright, cool. Let's go ahead and warp to the next section. Looks like we'll be 2 minutes. Yeah, this is a really easy fit for this. I find the T-Zeros, if you have a solid enough tank and at least 150 DPS, T-Zeros are no problem. As far as soloing goes. Ooh, 3. I think this is the first time I've gotten a 3-room one. But they're all these little drones, and they're not hard to take out. Ah, short-range automatic. So let's cheat a little. I'm pretty sure this is the thing that fires the flares. And will attack the drones. Well, I'm getting a penalty to shield bonus for being in that, so stay out of the orange. I thought this was the one that shot the flares. And will attack. Yep, cool, so this will actually kill these things for me. I'm still going to attack them, though. This will just help me take them down a little faster. Well, it'd be great if you could make those to defend your player-owned stations. Yeah, you can see this one spark needle's almost dead before I even shot at him. That should take 1-2 salvos. Cool. So yeah, if you have that short range, go ahead and use it. Especially in more advanced in higher level tiers, that will help you out a ton. Now, if you have drones, don't put them out because it will kill your drones. That'd be bad. Ooh, I'm running a little low on my micro. Need to get my cap back up. close to my micro warp drive once just to get a little speed boost. Yep, we're gonna probably come in around 6 minutes. That's alright. Well, this time I'm not going to have the advantage of having one of those automatic suppressors. So let's get to these guys. Yeah, see, these guys fly at almost 1,500 meters per second. Make it a little difficult to get those guys. Oh, I didn't have my micro on. That's why it took forever to fly to them. Let's get the micro put on. Luckily, these guys want to be in nice and close. It would help if I had the sound of my headphones on. I love the backgrounds in the Abyss. They are just so cool looking. Yep, and I'm only down to 84% damage in my shield, so easy, easy, easy. Ooh, strip miner multiplasmid. That is cool. That is going to be worth some money. No, that's not what I wanted. We are going to dock up for a second. Finding contracts. Yep, that strip miner multiplasmid, that could be a very good thing to have. Yeah, I didn't want to run the risk of accidentally losing that. Let's see here. It's just an opportunity to get a really good strip miner. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and warp back to our safe. Man, my nose is itchy today. And we'll reload our ammo. That's the one thing about these Gatling autocannons is they hold 200 ammo, and honestly, you can get through 3 or 4 abyssals without ever reloading. Try to reload when you're not in battle, though. That could potentially kill you. Check my D-scan. Yep, nobody can find me out here. I am so far away from anything. Go ahead and launch another run. So we are up to 3 million. Now keep in mind, that's the total of the cargo with, you know, the extra filaments and stuff. I just keep the filaments. I generally don't sell them unless I got a lot that I'm not going to use, because you'll eventually just use them. The Skybreaker could be a little bit difficult. This is the one that is a little harder to kill. And I will actually put the hail in and keep at range. This one just takes a little bit longer to take down. So I got to keep them under 4,000. And it's got the build-up damage. Yep, so he took me down to 68% shields. So, not terrible, but I'm already back up to 75% shields with that recharge, so it's no big deal. Now, I do want to go put my barrage back in. I doubt I'll get 2 Skybreakers in a row, but I can always switch the ammo. And I'm already at 90% shields, so cool. Melty spark needles. T-Zeros are easy. Anybody can do them. When you're first starting off, if you got Tech 2 weaponry, if you got a decent enough tank, unless you do something stupid like I did and fly out of bounds, these should be easy. And you know, you're not going to make a lot of money. It's only probably about 20 million an hour. But it adds up. But you do that a couple times. What we'll probably do here is we're going to see if we can get this guy into a T1. Ooh, and a pacifier. I don't know if I've fought one of these guys yet. Now the Triglavian survey data, you have to sell at a Concord station. So put Concord in your search bar up at the top, and you just need to find the nearest station to you. Not every region has one. Sometimes you got to go to different regions. Yep, that guy wasn't too bad. It took me down to 75%, but that's okay. Another one down. So let's see, what are we at? That's weird. I must have forgotten to put one in. Oh, because I unloaded the cargo. Shoot. So that's a little off. My bad. I forgot to when I unloaded the cargo. So let's do this real quick. Let's see how much we've actually made. Yep, I screwed up. So we are gonna go ahead and reset our... We'll reset this data. That's what screwed it up. Okay. Tranquil Gamma. Now when you're in local, it doesn't hurt to... And someone else is in local with you, check their character information. If they have low security standard, chances are they do ganking. And you may not want to, you may want to relocate. Alright, let's do a new run. Since I messed that up, that's going to throw off all my stats. Oh well. And see what I did is I dropped off. I dropped off my cargo, and then in the tracker, I didn't copy and paste this new cargo, so it actually thinks I lost money. That's why my efficiency was all messed up. Lesson learned. Oh my gosh, those guys are so far away. That's the tracking pylon that just allows me to track faster. Not that I need any more tracking. I mean, my tracking is 840. Burn, burn, burn. Well, you know what? I'm in electrical. I'm in gamma. We need to change that too. First room done in 1 minute 50 seconds. Alright, I got this little cruiser. Once I get in range, I'm going to actually turn off my micro warp drive. Oh, this helps if I target him. Oh, I need to get a little... He's actually a little faster than me. How is a cruiser faster than me? Cool, we blew up the loot box. Yeah, I'm just going to keep this guy at range until he gets pounded into oblivion. Go get that loot box. We're 3 minutes and 37 seconds into this. Room 2 is almost done, so we should finish it in about 4 minutes. But I am running low on capacitor. Lucid Escort, this guy's not difficult at all. Pulse that real quick. It's still faster than me. Yeah, these Lucid Escorts, at least in T-Zeros, don't have shields, so they go down quick. Ooh, a gas cloud harvester. Fun. looks like we're going to finish this one up in 6 minutes. That means you can do 10 an hour. Probably more like 8, but... Alright, 6 minutes and 4 seconds. Alright, we've updated the tracker. Yeah, I should let the capacitor fill back up a little. That's alright. Boy, he's really shooting that missile from a long range. I'm going to pulse that micro once just to get me a little closer. And I should be able to keep that range. Might as well give him a little bit of extra damage with that missile. Pulse that micro one more time just to give me a little extra oomph to keep that range closer, because these guys are just a tad bit faster than me, even with a warp screen. So I really need to get that Tech 2. And I can use a Tech 2. Alright, I think we're going to make a jitter run here in a minute. Oh, a decayed small shield extender. Actually getting some good plasmas. Striking Damavik room? Pretty easy. Oops. Wow, I'm getting on him real quick. That's room 2 done. Running low on cap. Let it build up a little bit. So I'll definitely need the cap for these guys. Oops, started shooting too early. Whatever. So I think I'm going to be kind of limited to how far up the tier chain I can go, just because this is a brawler setup and you got to get up and close. Luckily the tank's solid enough that I can afford to get up and close, but as more enemies come on grid, you're kind of going to need range to help buffer some of the damage. So you'll need range to attack. Not too shabby though. Alright, let's go ahead and warp. Yep, 6 minutes and 30 seconds on this, not great. And we ran out of cap. Yep, local's getting busy, so I'm not going to take the chance of getting popped. Let's update this tracker. Did I screw up this tracker again? How did I lose 1 million? That can't be right. Oh no, that was weird. All right, so we made 2 million. Tell you what, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to go ahead and fly this out to Jita. We're going to bling it out a little more, and then we are going to try to do Tier 1 electric. Alright, so we'll be back. All right, we're back. So here's what I'm thinking. Oops, let's bring this down into view here. And so did I do a blinged fit? So I have a Thrasher fit, but I didn't do a blinged fit on this. I'm going to do a quick completion of my daily goals so I can get some extra skill points out of this. Cool. So let's take a look at something. Simulate. Alright, so that's 23 for 7. Let's see what happens if I put rockets on this thing. We'll do rockets 2. How many skill points do I have? 412,000. Alright, so I could do that rockets 2 without much of an issue. So the javelin, I believe, are the far ones. That's only 8k with 8 damage. And the range is 14 damage. Not terrible. A little boost in the damage. Let's go ahead and unfit that. And we are going to light missile launcher tech 2. Wow, that's almost the skill points I need. And Alright, so we're not going to really worry about the Tech 2 missile launcher just yet. But I do want to put on the Tech 2 web. And then power Oop, you know what? Let's do the medium shield extenders. Get the medium shield extender. Oh, those are shield boosters. I want shield extenders. That's 84. Caldari. Do the Republican medium shield. Only brings this fit up to 38 million. And then let's find different power relays. So that only brings it up to 35. That's so weird. The Caldari shield power relays. That's 34 hit points per second. Versus the Caldari Navy shield relays. Oh, why would I spend the money on that? For 1 extra HP, that doesn't make sense. So let's do... that's unfortunate. Let's take a look at the weather fires again. Maybe... that's a lot of money for the World of Fire. But I get an extra 13k range out of it. That's not a big deal. That's 55%. Yeah, the Tech 2 is the better way to go. I guess by 60%. Federation gives me a little more range. Yeah, that might be worthwhile. How much is the Federation? Yeah, I don't think that's worth the 60 million. So we'll go ahead and get the Web 2. So the big bling upgrade is just Republic Shield Extender. Let's take a look at that again. Yeah, we'll just throw Republic Shield Extender on there. Gets me over 7,000. That's not too bad. Let's check out micro warp drives. So that gets me up to 1622 with the Tech 2. Yeah, that's not worth the extra money. Yeah, that doesn't give me a lot of extra speed. Alright, where did my... No, I wanted the Republic Fleet Shield Extender. Yeah, that gives me a nice boost to overall effective hit points. I'm disappointed that the shield power relays didn't boost. So we'll save this as Abyss. Golden Abyss fit. Call this version 2.0. New fit. I'm going to put this fit in copy to clipboard. Paste. Alright, that gives me a little extra survivability. It's not massive. But you're going to go ahead and Alright, well, it's not a huge bling upgrade, but we'll go ahead and take it. Well, this could end up being a disaster, or this could be really good. We'll see. But we're going to go ahead and bling this up a little bit and see if we can survive a tier 1. What do I have in my clone currently? Do I have jump clones? Is that under science? Where are the clones? Neural enhancement. Alright, well, we're gonna create a burner clone for this. So to give us a good chance at completing the tier 1s, I'm going to probably buy a couple implants. All right. Come on. I said dock. Let's go. All right. Browse. Thrasher. I always forget when I save these fits to take out stuff in my cargo. Alright, so let's save as Alright, let's fit this. Alright, not too shabby. Let's take a look at implants. Now, if you're starting off and you just don't have the money for the implants yet, you know, keep running the T0s until you get a few. I don't even know if this is going to work. Let's see. I want targeting. No, I want gunnery. I use projectile turrets. Yep. The Lancers are for energy. The Deadeyes are for hybrid. So I want the Gunslingers. Why are the plus 2% so much more than the plus 3%? Go ahead and buy a 3% one. And let's see what we got in spot 7. Tracking's not an issue. Capacitor's not an issue. I don't think spending money on fall off would be 1% at 1,000 is an extra. Yeah, see, it just the fall off doesn't really do make much of a difference. So just so I can see, so we got slot 6. Oh, those are for medium. And we're running smalls. So we don't need that. Rate of fire might be worth doing. My rate of fire is already pretty fast. Yeah, optimal range really doesn't make sense. But rate of fire. What is my rate of fire? So, would a 2% increase really matter? 2.3 seconds. Make it 2.2 seconds. See, I don't think it's worth the 17 million right now. Probably be better off doing straight damage. So, if we did an extra 2% damage, and this is a slot 9, it's not a lot, but it adds up. So, if I'm doing 150 right now, that'd be 3 extra points. Yeah, what the heck. Let's see what slot 10 has to offer. So those are all for large projectile turrets. Maybe we can get some shielding. Let's see what we got. Slot 7. Shield capacity, that could build me up quite a bit. Let's see if my shield capacity is 2,800 hit points. And we'll splurge a little. We're gonna attack 2 around 2%. There's a good chance that I'm gonna die, so that's slot 7. That's for... Alright, so we don't need anything for that. Navigation. Slot 8. Nope, no bueno. Electronic system. having those web ones would definitely be nice, but oh. Capacitor's really not an issue. Okay, well, not terrible. Alright, so we spent 15 million in implants to give us a little bit of a boost. I don't know if it's going to be good, I don't know if it's going to be bad, but we will give it a shot. Oh, crap. I don't know what filaments I have, so. Filaments. I always forget where they're at in the market. So, there's a dead space. By filaments, we want calm electricals. We will just buy iridiums. Alright, now we can undock. And the nice part about this fit is it's still a halfway decent mission runner. Alright, let's get out of Jitta. It's bogging everything down. Alright, so let's take a look. Our shield HP is 2,880. And with our DPS is 141.2 with Barrage. I don't think we bought any fall off stuff, but it's 1656 with the 875 woman. So we'll see how much this improves. I mean, we're only talking 3%, 2%. So we're going to get a 5% increase and a 2% increase on our shields. Utilities. Did you know you have a calculator? So if we had 2880 shields, and we multiply that by 1.02, so we'll be just under 3,000 shields, 2937. Times 1.03. If I did the math right. Ugh. Looks like the Anger Games is getting started. In about 2 minutes here. Wow, 2,000 people are on the Twitch channel for Anger Games. There's quite a people on Twitch today. But nobody's saying hi to me. So sad. All in due time, all in due time. Alright, let's get in a clone. You know what? The other thing I don't have, now that I think about it, is thermodynamics. See, I can't overheat. Definitely need thermodynamics. And eventually I'm going to need nanite repair pastes. These are definite musts if you're planning on doing higher tier abyssals. So we'll definitely have to up that one later. So thermodynamics. Okay, that's engineering. Yep. So we will go ahead and put that there. All right. Now, let's get ourselves a jump clone. Install a jump clone. Yep. And it'll make you leave your ship anyway, but we'll just go ahead and do it now. And rename. And this is... Should we call it Abyssal Fit? This will be our Abyssal Thrasher clone. I'm going to go ahead and jump into him. Alright, let's get back into our Abyss Web Fit. Alright, so it says our DPI, oh, so 141 with the turrets. Shield is 28. Let's see what happens when we put this one in. Plug in. Yes. So that brought us up to 142. And this gunslinger should... Well, that was 148. So now we're over 150. Not bad. Let's see what our gnome shield plugin does. And that brought up our shields just like I thought it would. Okay. So all in all, not too shabby. That's interesting. I don't know why this doesn't have... Huh, for some reason I didn't have the music set up on this one. Let's go do this real quick. Alrighty, so we're gonna go ahead and warp around to our new area. And CCP is live with the Anger Game 7, Day 2. I didn't want to... Oh, ooh. Warping, 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 warping. Okay. And we are back. Ah, what happened? That's not the right screen. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and reset our overlays here. We are now at 0. And go ahead and put 4 in here. Oh, everybody's chilling in station. Alright, so we've got that settled. Add a run. We're going to do electrical this time, and we're going to go ahead and try our hand at tier 1. And all right, let's see how this goes. So I either lost 30 million or we're going to make some money doing this. We shall see. Oh boy, Charybdis. This should be fun. Oh, dang. Two Charybdises. I think I'm going to get smoked on this one. Ouch. Come on, go down. If I can take down one of these Charybdises, I should be alright. Ouch. Oh, this could be bad. Oh, come on. Man, he is just sniping me. Oh, this is not good. Okay, okay. Oh, good, he's almost dead. I should have come after him first. Lesson learned. Okay. Ooh, I might survive this. Oh, good job, Aaron. Forgot to reload. Yeah, I should have gotten to that guy as quickly as possible. I would have not died. Whew, that was close. See if I can get in a little closer to this guy. Well, I managed to recover my shields. Probably should have switched ammo and really taken them down fast, but that's alright. We'll still be 5 minutes in this room. Ooh, that was a little scary. Hopefully my next few rooms won't be as bad. No more Charybdis rooms. Well, we're almost out of armor. So hopefully they won't break our shields again. We got a Nosferatu. The downside to having a passive tank is I can't overheat tank modules to try to stay alive. Oh, this guy again? Shoot. I can overheat. Come on, full speed. Come on. Okay. Whew. Whew. Take a lot of damage to this guy. Whoa. 2 Charybdis runes in a row? That's some crap.
Break it down.
But luckily, at point blank, he cannot hurt me.
Yeah, come on. One time. Yeah. Yeah, come on.
Or maybe he can. Well, that was close. Let's get my micro warp on, full speed ahead. Let's put the other ammo back in. We'll wait till our shields heal up a little bit. Alright, if we can get through this last room, looks like we've already made almost 5 million. Taking a second for our shields to get up there.
Yeah, come on. One time. Yeah.
All right, we're 10 minutes in. Hopefully the next room won't be as bad. Oof. Got lucids here. I should be able to handle these guys without much of an issue. Oh, come on, stop bouncing off the gate.
Down.
Ooh, this is going to be close. If I can take one of these guys down, I should be able to survive. Oh, come on. Oh, no, 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 no. Well, it was a nice experiment. T1's not so much. My ship blew up. Lesson learned, I guess. Well, poo. That's alright. Lesson learned. If I had gone after that other guy sooner, I probably would have survived that. And then I started bouncing off the gate, which was problematic. So, yeah, it happens. Let's see here. That's alright, because I have more thrashers. We'll just go build another one. Alright, well that was an epic fail. I don't know if they can survive tier 1s. Maybe I just messed up. What I do want to go do is we're going to go ahead and go refit this. No, stop. I said board ship. What's he barking at? Boomer. All right, well, I'm going to try that abyss more again later. If I'm successful, we'll show it. But I think what I want to do is I want to finish getting the this stuff done. Why does my hat not sit right? I think I could have done that T1 had I not screwed up. That's a totally blinged out. Fleet issue. Oops. Let's see here. I want... foot. There we go. All. Pricey fit, but it's worth it. Definitely can make it back in 2 hours in a T0. This fit ran me. Oops, wrong button. So this fit is 35 million with the Republic Fleet Shield Extender. Alright, so I want to get this event done, just so I can get that those extra 75,000 skill points. And I might as well get these political favors. That'll make me some more ISK, because I'll just sell them. Let's check out the agency tab. Mission agents, security agents. We want Galente. And we can jump to the rodent shipyards. Doesn't really matter. Nice part is, for this event, you didn't need to be in Galente space. You just need to run Galente faction. Oh, what a mess. See, was it Barrage I want? Oop, I'm gonna need to insure this thing too, because I will go back into the abyss with it eventually. Yep, that'll work. 8,000. Let's see, I need 460 points. So that's 10 times. I need to repeat this mission. 11 is 440. So 12 times. So I need to run times 3. 36 missions, 35 because I've already got one. It's going to be a grind. That's right, level 1 missions go really fast. Did I pick level 1s? Yes, I did. Cool. Let's see. And I got 2,000 skill points with road and shipyards. You have anything good in the LP store? Show affordable. I get some mining implants. Something to think about. Agents. Yep, and as long as this isn't a primary faction, I'll take the mission. I'm trying not to lose standings with any of the 4 main factions. Yeah, so I would only get 80,000 small skill injector. You stinky. Alright, let's grind some missions out. Always track so your missions appear on the left side here. I think my boomer on the rocket ship's blocking it. Incoming transmission, blah blah blah. Well, that was easy. 4 kills and on to the next. Eight and three. 8 and 3, that's an option. We get 2 missions done just as fast. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so I don't keep getting that message, I'm going to close down my fleet. Alright, so we're going to warp our way to these guys in a second here, because I can take 2 level 1 missions in the same station. I can grind this out a little faster without having to dock up so often. I will be right back. Alright, so let's go ahead and get to where we need to go. Is that a porpoise? Knocked it. this. Nice. Well, you know what? We have pretty little skins to wear. That one or the blue tiger? Yeah, we'll wear this one for a while. Alright, 11 jumps. Fun times. Oh, apparently if you have them muted, they don't give you... Interesting. I didn't mute you. All right. So shift.
I want to talk briefly about first, Nova. Should we be
So I get almost 170 if I overload my guns. I don't know if that would have been enough to save me, but... Overheating gets me a little range. Wow, overheating gets me a lot of velocity. Warp, 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 warp. Where's that sound coming from? That's weird. That's so weird. I didn't realize I had the sound on my monitor. On my screens. Alright. Tech issues, tech issues, tech issues. Ugh, getting tired. Warping around all the day. How is... Alright, so I now can fly cruisers. But I need to get my medium. Okay. Random thoughts. Alright, let's rock out these security agents. Accept. Close. No, I don't want to fight Amar. It sucks, but I'll take the hit. And I got the same mission twice. Now I need to be careful here because I will get complete one mission. If I accept the other one, I won't get credits. So. This is in the mission with the stasis tower, but dang. I said to orbit. Ah, dang it. Dang, the missiles can take that guy out? Let's see. One missile takes that guy out. Jeez. Hey, thanks for the new follow. I don't know why I wasn't alerted. Welcome to the party, Miss 9676, the Forger. I see you in chat. Right now, I'm just kind of grinding out the end of the event missions to finish that event chain. These guys locked up. Cool, mission done. Let's see here, where is... Give you a follow back for following me. Thanks, Arta Mentor. I do try to follow everyone who follows my channel. Said complete mission, I swear. I think I need a new mouse. Alright, we're gonna claim our event track reward. And we got some more skill points. Sweet. This is just a pick up and drop off. All right. So both are jump away. Let's go ahead and go. Alright. Warp into my location. That's an easy one. Just kill the station. Don't even worry about the rest of those guys. And warp out of here. We're going to try to blitz these missions as fast as possible. We're just looking to complete the event missions and get LP. I'm trying to remember if after I grab this warehouse stuff, I gotta fight anybody on this one. I think this is actually the strangest security mission ever. It's not even a combat mission. It's just more of a transport mission. Oh, yep, they show up, but I'm not gonna worry about fighting them. Oh. Ugh. Just rock it out. Yeah, this should go much faster now that I can knock out 2 missions at a time before having to dock back up. Aw, man. So we gotta add a waypoint. So I gotta fly to 2 different systems. Alright, warp to location. I got the Anger Games on another screen, kind of listening to that, hear what's going on. Interesting. Destroy all enemies. Ah, dang it, now I'm out of range. Come on. Lock the rest of these bozos down. Come on. Oops. I accidentally double hit my web. And these guys are just melting. And I managed to take all these guys out before my cap went away. Not bad. All right. On to the next mission. And I don't know if you've ever noticed, but if you're tracking your opportunities when you've completed the mission, it shows a green bar on the left-hand side. You know, you can't really see that with Captain Boomer on his rocket ship over there, but it's there. Let's see here. Yep, there we go. See? Right over here. We'll get Boomer back on the rocket. Boom! Off to Luminary. What is up with... The Lone Pirate. Well, that was easy. I love these missions where you just have to go kill one guy. Akoya, welcome to the channel. Thanks for joining. Got the Twitch screen going, but I don't know why I'm not getting my credit for the drop. For the tournament. I got that channel open. So weird. Yeah, right now I'm just cruising around, completing missions so I can get the Tenzin for President missions done, so I can fill out that event bar. Get those presidential markers, I'll sell them, get another 200 million out of it. That way I don't have to try to sneak into the vendor to turn in the tokens. I might make more money doing that, but I don't care that much. I'm not going to use those drones right now, so it's really not a big deal. Oops, I need to be careful when accepting these missions. Cool, they're both in the same system. see, how are we doing on this event tree? $11.20, so we'll get our political favor. They definitely are selling. Well, last night they were selling more in Dixie for 500. It's a $500,000 a piece. So we'll go ahead and try to go into Dixie later. Especially once we get these presidential favors. Let's see, those are going. $70 million. Probably get $100 million for each one of those. And do Dixie at least. I think that's why. I think I sold it for like $105 million last night. The wife said dinner should be ready soon, so we shall see. We shall see if I can get this done in time. Alright, let's get these guys pinned down. Ah, that's not what I wanted. I'm really liking this Thrasher with this passive shield tank. And they are melted. I don't think I needed to kill that. I don't know why it didn't give me credit. There it goes. Alright, let's go ahead and get to the next one. Hi, come here. Come here, Boomer. Hey, buddy, come on. Okay, bye. Yeah, I know. I got a little more to finish up here, then I'll be done. It's funny, at night when I'm in here, he'll just come and lay down on his bed. Yeah, that's true. But he won't, even when you're at work during the day, if I'm in here, he won't lay down. He's a funny puppy. Boomers. Another one-shot kill. Alright, let's go. That's 2 missions down. What in the heck? Yeah, I know. I don't know why I'm not getting credit for that. Ah, 2 different systems again. That always sucks. Oops. Gotta have waypoint, not set destination. Oh, I screwed up. Screwed up. Oh well, it's only one lost mission. What happens when you try to rush. I'm running out of water. Oh. Oh. All right. I need to get my targeting skill up. Only 5 targets at a time is a pain in the butt. As I fly through debris. Cool. Both missions are done. Let's head back. So annoying. Oh, this mission's a fun one. A lot of flying around. Get rid of the stasis tower. This mission's always fun. It just takes a while to fly out to all these guys. Well, of course it's going to make me try to fly through this rock. Get some of my cap back. Ugh, that was tedious. Let's see if I get lucky and get another drop into Luminari. Ugh. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. Ooh, I got a storyline. Oh. Oh well. Okay. And that mission is done. Yep, don't mess with the trash. Just get the mission objective complete. Oh my gosh, I'm so tired today. Single kills. Oops, that's not good. Okay. How many gates do I gotta jump through? Alright, let's knock you guys senseless.
Break it down. Yeah, break it down. Yeah, come on. One time. Yeah, break it down. Yeah, come on.
Well, that's a bummer. Alrighty. I think once I turn these in, I'm gonna go get some dinner. Call it the end of the stream. Kind of a casual, laid-back day.
Yeah, come on. One time. Yeah, break it down. Yeah, come on. Yeah, break it down. Yeah, come on. Break it down. Break it down.
Sleepy. with that, we got... Ooh, cool. Oh, I didn't want to collect that yet. Oh, that's fine. It goes into my redeeming. Alright. So, we'll redeem those later. We'll finish this run later tonight on my off hours. Well, thanks for all those that joined the stream tonight. Appreciate it. We'll see you same time next week. Same bat channel, same bat time. And we will go ahead and call it a night.